lovely vet appointment at bright and early at 8:45. So
Oh, wonderful.
she has to do that.
Greetings, everybody. We're back. Let me do this real quick. Alright, so Fire Emblem is all donezo for the night. And now we begin Ace Attorney Chronicles. Mars! Oh my gosh, with the 11-month streak. Thanks so much. How are you today?
Thought I was at a year. So close. Ferdinand. Annette.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre. Thanks, Mars. How's it going tonight? We are just...
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
We are just getting started on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles finale. I am hoping to beat this game
Moonlight, pour down.
somewhat soon.
I'm nobody's fool.
I know this whore.
I'm gonna have to reset my capture card because it's currently frozen. I saw that you made it to a iconic part of Triangle Strategy. Did you make a decision, Marzarino? Okay, perfect. Here we are. Hold on. I've gotta get in there and
Oh god, you both lose to the
rest in peace, Kev. We are closing Triangle Strategy and we are ejecting it. The semifinals. Do not say that. Do not curse me like this, fail. I already had the curse earlier today or earlier this week. The first fight. Oh, I see. Yeah, I didn't go that route, so I'm not sure which maps those are. I might choose that one this time. We'll see. I think siding with Roly Poly might be interesting because he's suddenly has such a change in character, like abruptly.
I'm a roly-poly.
Itter, you put that gun away.
Here's my handle, here's my spout.
Okay, so we are in the last legs of this god darn final trial, you guys. We are almost through with it. What even is the tea? We proved that somebody else shot at... There was 3 shots in the store. We originally thought there was only 2. Gino was framed for shooting what's-his-face. And the freaking obvious criminal guys probably are involved. But there's gotta be another... There's gotta be another twist that we haven't seen yet, because otherwise this would be very anticlimactic. Like, oh, those guys that look like burglars that were in the store actually just shot the guy dead, and it was them all along and not your friend character. Even though she's not really, she's kind of mean to us, but she's still our friend, I guess. Alright, here's to hoping that my voice doesn't give out. Oh, right! Who am I talking about? I was talking about Gina. Gina Lestrade. You know, Etir, everything is not always about you. Also, we have our waifu here. I forget his name. It's not Egbert Benedict like he tried to make us believe. Let's look at the history real quick.
Yes.
Graydon. Yes, that's him. Right, he had this whole thing about placing his trust in the defendant and remembering boyfriend Chan. Right. So we have to cross-examine again. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are ultimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from the inside of your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alrighty then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will give us your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Interesting that it's looping back to the third trial. This reminds me a lot of another visual novel we played on stream, where the last trial looped back to the first. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cub was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the cops. That's when Mr. McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Oh boy, boy toys? Wait, E-tier, what? He threatened me not to snitch. Not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated in error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of ya. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witnesses to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Here we go. Time to press 1,000,000 times. Okay, so the Brickmaker Cub was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. Oh, this is interesting. Hello, sirs? But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was a loud, bloomin' loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away. I just realized I only have one of those little life things left, which means we're probably gonna have to redo this again. Okay, saw the disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the Cove Lion on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the Cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me loads of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. What? All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went to call the cops.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the Cove with the knife is in his gut. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Who?
Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two Coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. I hate voicing her. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver Oh, I see. That left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice come from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Right, this guy. Beppo. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? True. I have no idea if she's gonna be in Great Ace Attorney 2. I feel like a lot of these characters probably will be. I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over that price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Oh, hey, Steven. Yeah, we are on Ace Attorney, and we are trying to finish this up. He threatened me not to stitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Everything's coming full circle with the third case now, in, like, relation to this. Well, sort of. We're learning a ton of details, so... I'm thinking the big conclusion is like, very soon. How's the night going? Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Oh, go do it, Mars. I actually enjoyed the mixologist event. Kevin's doing that tonight, too. I miss Susato, although her voice probably would have murdered me an hour ago. Yeah, Kevin, you better hurry. You got Genshin out the...
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, but Mars, you can't skip the dialogue with Lisa, because she's with Jean, so... What did you have for dinner, Stephanie? Yeah, that's it, and there was one other thing he said.
Which was...
He told me I'd have to hang on to that ticket from the pawn shop, and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never!
What the... Donuts after burgers? Holy... No judging. I just can't imagine. I would love to eat all that in one sitting. Yeah, I mean, Lisa probably swings both ways, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, that's true. When she says afternoon tea, she just wants to get smashed.
I want this to end.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing?
I wonder if this probably just means McGilded faked his death. Which is something we kind of already thought.
Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. That McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Yeah, E-Tier literally has already written the fanfic. And it's like a weird one too. She uses like her OC involved. Yeah. Anyway, after that, you let me go. So I legged it before the copper showed. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other this entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? I know, Steven. I think we had a hard time with one of the previous decisions towards the end of last stream.
Oh no.
Inspector Mr. Graydon. What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
Hold a moment.
Hey, Chibi. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I mean, you just were. And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective. After he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
Ugh, my aching blood!
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus.
Oh. Is that why there's blood on it?
A negotiation concerning this disc.
I'm scared.
However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as of yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Mr. McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why should I Why shouldn't I have got him? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. Uh-oh, Storm. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Gasp. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. Right. The little box, yep. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Could you imagine how triggered I would have been on Wednesday or whenever we were playing this? Part 4, my god. Hopefully this is the last part of the trial. There can't possibly be that much left to discuss.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbrokery by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! Okay.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Oh my god. Please.
Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
Ooh, it's E-tier fanfic time.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim on the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. No, that's enough out of you, Gregson.
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil that somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
But no! That piece of evidence is police property!
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Yeah, I want to know why Gregson is so against it. It's just real emotion.
What on earth?
Oh shit. Begin the Zero Escape minigame.
That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's
Do you understand?
just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Ha 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 ha. Mr. Graydon?
This is really priceless. After all, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Oh, Graydon? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, without a doubt. Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a clue? It could be a clue. Well, he's clearly up to no good, so whatever happens, he deserves it. I believe it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. Oh, that's a good one. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box Hey, Dots. As I'm sure you can tell from the chirping, we've reached a high drama point in this case. It's not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not... It will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what the sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. The fucking juror. Number 5.
Moonlight, pour down. Moonlight, pour down.
Oh my goodness. Once again, the jury members in Ace Attorney games are just the most coincidental people possible. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. That would be the other juror. The old man doctor. Then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Also, juror number 5 said that her coworker is Graydon, so he also works with Morse code. It's totally Morse code. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is... Here's the thing, though. I wanted to say... I wanted to say that it's like the machine that the juror has, but that's not a piece of... That's not in our court record. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on the music box. I don't think any of these do. I know what I want to say, but none of my evidence backs that up. How come... We still don't know why his blood is all over the calendar like that. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of looking through right now. I thought maybe the story would, like, mention Morse code or something. Pawnbroker perishes and pickpurse. Murder. Wait a minute. Yeah, Eula's drunk. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look. Ministry Mole, classified secrets have been leaked overseas. Oh, this is it! This is it! This is it! From Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old. Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? How could somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Aha! So that's what it is. Ace Attorney, you devil! Tricking me! Alright, so where's the newspaper?
Take that!
Today's Paper Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pickpurse plunder. Hardly supportive of your case.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes.
We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? I love how that's a reaction. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that this music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment?
The sort of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being the most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear this in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
My name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Oh, you do? I am personally not a fan. Gregson is not related to them, right? They just keep saying he is, and he's like, stop it.
It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Yeah, everybody's like, what the hell?
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Gov. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov. We did.
Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business.
You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Yeah, that stinks, Rosen. It probably took you like 30 to 40 minutes, too. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
So, let's look at the music box real quick. See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yeah, despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different sound. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same in length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government accusations are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraph used by the Ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled as an operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. Yeah, juror number 5 is best girl. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. I mean, she pretty much just proved that you did it.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Haha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to stay, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Is it the length of the comb? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument and add... the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
So it probably wants me to say this.
Got it!
Yes! This is it then! It appears you know what's coming, Counsel. Clearly that was an answer given in desperation by one floundering to substantiate his argument.
Really? But the comb is... Oh, man. Now we have to try again. It was me! Did somebody replace the comb? Like, that's what I was trying to point out.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
The weird doctor guy pressed it with his head. Wah, wah. Okay, so we're back at the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Alright, so we're just doing this. We're just doing this to get the info back. Is there something else I didn't look at on the music box? Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Aha! Alright, we got this. Look at me not clicking on that the first time.
Hold it!
Okay, so skipping ahead, because we already read this. This time, we blow their minds.
Objection!
Yeah, so we open it up, and then we present, I think. Ta-da! Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is just like the other one. The comb's teeth are all exactly the same length. So this movement only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth of the two combs isn't the same. So the tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single tone. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones.
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke!
I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Yeah, I'll pass on that.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brick maker.
Exactly, I have nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be in there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. How much you want to bet it was the guy on the roof with the stash? In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have an infamy, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? He called him Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Why are you making that face? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Oh, who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back then.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
Lord blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run? Oh, Milverton was the last name of the brickmaker. You just...
That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi! The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel. The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Yep, pressing it. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clog...
Hold!
Oh. Enough of this! Oh, we're about to find out your real name, bitch! It's Eligos! I mean, what? How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Oh my. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? But because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can really rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks.
But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. That Ashley song in our playlist was his theme this whole time. That's just perfect. He is the greatest Ashley. Sorry, Tux. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Can I present the case notes, which say Milverton?
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father?
I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Now, why was Gregson trying to hide it? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. Right. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched 1 item and 1 item alone, the music box.
as rather ingeniously demonstrated by using 2 prints from the same security camera indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense!
Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What? Ah!
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound in your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. But as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is?
Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us only to one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who possibly could have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what?
Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last arc of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Oh my gosh, another cross-examination. Or witness testimony, I suppose. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Alright, take care, men. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in back as he was trying to flee to safety. Wait, in a black coat? I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. The fuck? No, that makes no sense. Good gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony. Hey, Kisuan. Yeah, I think we're at the very end of the trial now. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Well, he clearly doesn't give a fuck. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. You see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. With what gun? I'm sorry. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You saw the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure of that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Right. Because that's the code of, McGilded. Right. But they're gonna see the wrong blood. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Yeah, yesterday, 2.5 months ago.
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Winnebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, and we're just regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled my gun out on the fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon this poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
When Winnebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 of them were brawling. It was exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Winnebank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered off through that door, back out. At which point, what did you do?
Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. You could see him through the peephole.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I?
Oh, I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
The accused in black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. Right, that already debunks their whole thing. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. Run where? And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Still going. Don't feel like you have to wait to eat.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. And she tossed the gun out the peephole?
Hold it!
Okay, now. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. Yeah, right. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the crime scene. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Here. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh my, what is this?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an old hooligan, isn't he? What was he going on about just now? You saw him, he grabbed me, whistling. Why in blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Oh, 'cause we didn't know enough about it, or that flamin' peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gore blimey. See, the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord! Uh-oh. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. We had the results of the test that you was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Yeah, I hope it's not the sort of thing where, like, you were supposed to already present something during that one pass-through. Because I don't even know what I would present. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of a splattering following a gunshot wound. End report. Goodness me! See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that overcoat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? They really do, Kisuan. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... Call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help to answer that. To help that problem out, it can't be done. Oh my god, Cortex. We're on part 4, and I think we're near the end. But, we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, if I'm a telecommunications officer? I held out Piroski to starving boy, but he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
So, was all that scripted, or was I really supposed to present something before the report came in? No!
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to an attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Oh my god, are they gonna make me do the freaking thing with the jury statements now?
I don't believe it. That the trial is still going.
How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh, are we talking to our dead boyfriend? Oh, nope.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me that with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Oh, freaking hell, it's Herlock. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Yep. Mr. Sholmes?
What is the meaning of this?
Oh dear. I must be seeing things again.
I like his little pose, though.
Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Exactly. Haven't spent so long here already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ah! Very well, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations.
Oh, Dots.
I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that?
A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you as you want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ah.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. Cat Flapomat. Susato shifted from the future. What's Susie up to? Yeah, why do we need this?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry!
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat Flapomat that night, but why? Is that how we were able to look inside?
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time?
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
This is clearly how they made the peephole. Either that or Susato's a cat.
I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination.
Uh-oh. Hi, Fitch.
But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
We're doing great. We're about to finish Great Ace Attorney, I think. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... further cross-examination?
Objection!
He really is.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of the existing witnesses.
What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
Oh yeah, he interrupted the cross-examination, which means it gets to continue. Thank God they're not putting me through another summation examination. That would be the third, fourth one for this trial? So nobody can say anything then. Oh, if Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to conclude the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. So obviously the piece of evidence we have to use is the cat thing.
Warn you.
I would cry. This is like a 6-hour trial. Single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes!
Oh my god!
To stand so insouciantly before the court is in a state of such a high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Well, I feel like it has to involve this Flappo match. Because everything else is... We've already, like, discussed everything else. And they wouldn't give me this piece of evidence for me not to use it in the case at all. Like, it's the late-game evidence.
Guess we'll have to finish the game next week.
Right. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Does it only let me play them once? Oh, apparently not. I feel like this has to be it, right? But I don't really know what I'm proving. Can I press?
Hold it! Objection!
Well, by pressing, I think I fucked it up anyway. Oh, I see. Yeah. Right, there's no... Well... Yeah, there's no people. And now there's a people. Oh my. I see. So we just present the photograph of Gina. Wait, seriously? I mean, that was the plan from the get-go, but I kind of second-guessed because y'all were like, it's hard to... Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. We'll go ahead and proceed. Because, like I said, they wouldn't just give you... They wouldn't just give you this so that you could never use it as evidence.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come in and go out as they please without their owners.
I'm sure we can all work that one out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would do if I described its function in another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
Learn, kitten.
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside of the locked room.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say?
Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel! The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon that he witnessed through the peephole in... What he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in black. In the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Urgh. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Huh? I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. Well? Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry.
Let me show you
Doesn't
just
mean
how
that the
much
peephole in
money
the
can
storeroom
buy.
door at Windibanks was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps that my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Ugh. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of the argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Well, time for this to drag on for another 20 minutes while I already know that we have evidence in our portfolio. Don't give up, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made.
Easy peasy.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is his photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accuseds mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see the print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door.
Ugh.
In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Is that a saying, Kevin? Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Objection!
Is it that he was shot in the back?
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. Also, her throwing the gun out the door through the peephole could not have happened. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known, namely... the third gun.
Objection!
Do you have any idea what you were saying, my Nipponese friend?
Absolutely. I've been studying English hard since I was a child.
You fail to catch my meaning. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself.
But he couldn't have sent it out of a peephole that doesn't exist. I guess that's not what I was proving. Yeah. I guess the people make sense, because it wasn't there when he claims to have been there, but he knows about it somehow. I guess he returned to the store, he could have seen it then. The bloodstains on the coat could have just been a lie, I guess. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of Pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to the officers, working around the clock in shifts so we could get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop. Oh, shit! That... Gregson's a baddie.
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes. The defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is this person in question, counsel?
Wow, what a scumbag! I can't believe it!
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of this trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information.
Yeah, like when they were whispering, maybe.
So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details to our investigation to this fella? I was summoned to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. On today's stream. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Yeah,
No, it literally happened! Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. They had illicit discussions, and we caught them. That happened, like 2 hours ago. Yes, now that you mention it.
Never get out!
You know, my dinner is cold. I guarantee you it's cold. I told Kevin an hour ago that this had 10 more minutes max so that we could start Jujutsu Kaisen. Ta-da! It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
you little two-rag. You're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that?
Hey, Dammy.
Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. We're doing great, Dammy. We're trying to wrap up this game tonight, and it's going on a little long. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Of Malfagor. Well,
Objection.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. I have no idea. The disc? It's like the only thing I could think of. He's been weird about it for the whole trial, too, so maybe. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? It's gotta be the disc. Nothing else would make sense, I don't think.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson? I thought that for real, because he's always afraid of Iris shit-talking him in the stories, but... Graydon would have nothing to do with that. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you...
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that included on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Urgh!
Well, get fucked.
Order, order, order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that, whatever it is of McGilded's, down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time. Isn't that right? that Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush and hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Just because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way Mr. Graydon would have known about the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Well.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make that claim?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely!
Yes.
They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying, but Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most seriously allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's in his fish and chips, I swear. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement on something so crucial. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. So, let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Yes. Oh, no! It's gonna be on Nash! I chose the wrong thing. I chose the wrong thing. Well, time for junk dialogue that says you fucked up again. I thought that it was gonna be like, select on Gregson where it could be, and it was gonna be in his fish and chips, but no, he definitely slipped it onto Nash. Yes, I do plan on embarrassing myself more. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal...
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Oh, Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never! Blimey! Me? Him? Very well. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Bitch, no.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zeeks!
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Well... Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this.
Good lord, that's... another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Well, that is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God!
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah!
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by the coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did all that. Thought me noggin was gonna fall off clean, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly grabbed me whistle like and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me ears still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were cover the immediate. Yeah.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense! Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusations made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. I need to drag this out for another 30 minutes somehow. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of this is the young Eastern man's fantasy. Fancy, even. I have no idea what any of it is all about. Oh my fucking god, this is actually unbelievable. Well, what about you then, Inspector? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public, It's already been 3 hours!
Torment excites me.
It's already been 3 hours! How?
You'll never get out!
It has been good plot twists. I just want it to end. It is kind of annoying that every time we back them into a corner, they would just go, no. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury for their final leanings. As fellow servant of the Queen of the country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help. When it comes to looking at this case, it's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of an idol, stop.
Detective has very trusting in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole those government secrets. Or evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. I mean, he pretty much admitted to doing it. He didn't say he didn't do the deal. He just said, I did it to act in the name of justice. What's wrong, Kevin? What's wrong, Kevin? I'm distressed.
Stupid domain shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing.
Domain shit?
Yeah, that stupid event. It's over tonight.
The one where you just run through it?
Cool. You need to, like, make it big. Like, collect coins and shit.
Hello, it's Monokuma. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you just collect the coins and then make it to the end. Just keep going.
Oh, where's the end?
It'll show you. It's like one of those little areas with like the diamond in a circle around it. Sometimes it's up in, like you have to take a wind tunnel up. Sometimes, just keep proceeding. You're probably just not seeing where you need to go next.
So, anyway...
I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some evidence at them. Yes, we are in the last legs of the Great Ace Attorney 1, and my goodness, this is the longest trial ever. This is my first Ace Attorney game. And good lord, is this going on for a while. Oop, I see a, One second. Sorry, Mr. Spider. Rest in peace. This may unironically be the longest case in the series. Oh, you finished both of these games last week? I go back and forth with this game. I actually do like this game, but I just feel like it has major pacing issues. And I also think playing this by yourself and reading everything silently might be possibly different than reading it to the stream, because holy hell, it's literally like reading a novel. So much dialogue. Oh yeah, Rosenlock, remember when I ran over Narv? Luckily, he's a sturdy boy. Narv didn't die when I ran him over, though. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Do you feel like the pacing issues in Great Ace Attorney 2 have been fixed? Or does it have more or less the same issues as 1? Because I would actually make the same comment. Like, I do think this game has a good story. But, oh my god, did it drag in investigations, and sometimes, more often than not, in the trials. Okay, hold on. I need to really think about this. I don't think I have anything that proves that Graydon specifically did it. Yeah, this is my first Ace Attorney game. So I never really was into visual novels until maybe a year and a half ago. And I feel like the trifecta of visual novels that everybody says to play are Danganronpa, Zero Escape, and Ace Attorney. So we did all of Danganronpa, we did all of Zero Escape, and now we're on Ace Attorney. I liked the way Ryunosuke looks, so I was like, oh, maybe I'll give the series a try. There was a Nintendo Direct forever ago Where I first saw this game, and I was like, all right, maybe. We've been working on this game for a really long time. Like, I think since the summer. So I need to hurry the F up. We never figured out the significance of entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Who do I present evidence against? I feel like discrediting Graydon or Gregson would help with the jury, wouldn't it?
Is there a point for custom domains?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure there's no rewards for it. I'm gonna... Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Yeah. I haven't played the other one, so I don't really have anything to compare this to, but... it's been nice. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. So one final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. I got nothing. But even if I had to present evidence against Gregson, what the hell am I supposed to say to him? Oh, hey, Frick. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What did Grayson say? Sorry, which Gregson or Graydon? I keep
Oh! No!
either proof Graydon killed Windibank or stole those government secrets, or evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. I'm not sure I have any of the three.
Oh, 73 months from doing another person's domain.
I think I got nothing. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking back at all my evidence now, and I'm like, I feel like we already said 1,000 things that should prove that it was him. Like, there's almost nothing left to use. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he currently struck. So is there something else that he couldn't have known about? Is that what they're getting at? Um, I'll let you know when I want an answer. I think the thing about this one, too, is I don't know if I'm supposed to be pressing Graydon or Gregson. But we don't have any proof that the deal went down other than that search, which apparently is just moot for some reason now.
Hey, what the fuck? No!
I'm gonna say... Can we just put the disc in the music box, and if it makes Morse code?
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Council?
Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Council! No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of the Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like this, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad.
I see, so it doesn't matter which one of them you choose there, as long as you choose that piece of evidence.
If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie in court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Pours wine. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. At this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box. As this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Wait, what the fuck? No.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Yeah. Oh, it's nice knowing that you guys have played the game too, so if I do need to ask for serious help, I can, but I always prefer to try and stumble my way to figuring it out. You guys know that, though, I think. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Oh, that's not the right voice. Did you or did you not? Ah, good. Strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon. Specifically, did you furnish this witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Wait a minute. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I wouldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You... Traitor! Oh my.
gonna kill you!
Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! Did he actually kill him? That was a pop! That's it then.
But you love pop.
It's all over. It better be fucking over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself. To one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. How long is the epilogue, Chan? That will determine. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple task enough. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. And you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using a music box. My father was a brickmaker, although my mother divorced him when I was still a child. I mean, we'll go till they leave the courtroom, and then, I'll be completely honest, guys. I can't believe there was 4 hours of this left. Well, I can't just leave it. We haven't even finished in the courtroom. We'll go a little longer. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him ever since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. Oh, what a fine gentleman you've grown into, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But property had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Kevin. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two.
I can't do the drinking event. How many primos was the drinking event?
The drinking event? What about it?
How many primos was it?
A lot. Why?
I have to read this character story. I'm not doing it.
Kev! You haven't done Eula's character story? I'm gonna go at least until we exit the courtroom. It would feel like we went all the way to the end and then stopped right before the big conclusion. Like, I mean, we already got him, right? But we gotta see what happens.
We're not doing the anime tonight, right? So we can just do some.
Oh, I mean, we could watch a couple tonight.
There's only a couple left.
Yeah, maybe like 2 tonight or something. I just thought I was gonna be done 2 hours ago. Well, let's see how long. I clearly have no idea how long this game is gonna go on, so I think we finished all the trial stuff, so we'll see what time it is after this dialogue concludes. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the 2 of the discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? Yeah, I want the closure for sure. Right. I'll make it when we leave the room. Because that's a good point, because I don't know exactly how much time I'm gonna take. I don't know how much time I'm gonna take a break before starting the next one, but I mean, it probably won't be that long. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc,
and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. He just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do just about anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that the monster deserved. I see. So he's the one that killed McGilded. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Oh my. Are we all just masquerading as bailiffs? So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. Oh, okay. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's Pawnbrokery. Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell them to fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite a way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. Ah, yes, and sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of the fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, oh, he's alive, that's great. As our investigation into the stolen government secret was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. I kind of thought that Gregson was just like laying dead on the floor this whole time. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that there was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him, but unfortunately, for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. So why was Gina unconscious? Oh my. When did they plant the gun in her hand? Oh, I guess she was holding it the whole time. Maybe? Oh, have a good night, Storm. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Later, Storm. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and for stealing government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron, standing by, sir. This is really it now. Last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not
Oh, really?
guilty.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Gina in this game.
Not guilty.
I should do a great Ace Attorney 1 tier list. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top ever for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Yeah. I've never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contains a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only time that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so if I may say something on that point. It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless serious of two different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me. You decided to do it anyway, didn't you?
No, I did all 3 glasses and I still didn't get into the solids.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I done see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. It's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want to change it, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. Get the fuck out. Oh.
How many bottles of wine has he gone through in this?
On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Ah. Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
We are having a moment alone with him. Does this count as a date?
No.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether you're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
And when I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Oh god. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gave me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
Don't you dare, Rosenlock. Don't you dare.
It's so much fun!
Why? It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along.
No one will be spared.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. I tried to stop you. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trust in someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Oh, hey. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith is in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Oh no. But what the deuce does that man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! Here we go again. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd imagine you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one of two foibles of the doctors who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man. And he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very... What? How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being as cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Oh, true. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean. Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial E was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. That weird guy from the fourth case didn't die, so I'm sure it's fine. Not that we know of, anyway. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, Natsume. Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm losing the accent. Upstairs, make sure they got what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Yeah. I knew he wrote that cat thing, right? He was probably my least favorite defendant. I didn't really like McGilded either, but... Well, I ain't like McGilded. I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? Gina, just get off the screen. I can't read you anymore. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Haha, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? We are this close to giving Gina the Heron voice. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. I don't think so.
Magnificent.
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Get the fuck out of here, Gina. What a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Bye, Gina. Odo? Yes? What's that for? I don't know, I mean... I don't know what to say, so... And indeed, perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Oh, I mean, Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out the Dover has been delayed by a day or two, so Susato's there. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may make it in time to wave Susie off. But... there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. What do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport director foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria. So Susato could have been with us this whole time? It's okay. She came in kind of clutch. Iris Chan did. She would have gotten arrested, true. It's good that she stayed away. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Found her. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Save here? I mean, okay, but... Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were delayed due to the bad weather, you see. I'm not coming back here.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Nemesis Sonic, welcome to the stream. Is that what you use your 3DS for? Is that what most of the games are on? I don't even know. This was a 3DS game, wasn't it? My 3DS is a Fire Emblem machine. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the facts. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it in my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Okay, let's close those blinds.
I really want to. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point.
You bet your boots.
Precisely when the peephole was made, that information
would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it should have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started running through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried about the true culprit. You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. Then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have been behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have just disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Usato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Usato. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little bit of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Usato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo! What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Oh, fucking hell. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Oh my god, what? Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own language. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram. What is this word?
Let me make this clear.
Isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Usato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Ah yes, Susato's small book of everything. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt about that... blah, blah, blah. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why is his name on that disc? A Shin. Well, that's just racist. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Ah! It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. It's either me or Susato. It has to be. The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh. Yeah, in the first trial. So I'm guessing these are all people that they're gonna off? What? Wilson? John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy? It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure.
The Japan Fighting Game Publishers Roundtable from Bandai.
Then, after the four names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... No, it's not likely, really, is it?
Okay, we have a special update.
I'll see it in a second. I'm trying to power through this.
Oh, no.
I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, but there must be lots of J's among them. Right, she doesn't know that he's dead. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder... Oh, that's not her voice at all. If perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. I mean, this is a good plot setup. This is. I'm just exhausted. Hey, pause. No, you can't go, Susato. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first, to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I hope to always have you by my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Ah. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that.
It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Mr. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. See you in Great Ace Attorney 2.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
What is violin?
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
But why does he have a British accent if he's Japanese? There can't possibly be more. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. It has caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really? We would have had to make it to Dover in time otherwise. We never would have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how all of it was your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Yay!
It's done!
Oh my.
Yay, it's done!
I cannot believe there was still 5 hours of content. No! I'm not reading this. I'm exhausted. I'm so happy Great Ace Attorney 1 is done. We're taking a break. We will play Great Ace Attorney 2 at some point because it seems like a fun continuation of the plots. But holy hell. I liked this game. It just dragged at times for me. Like, more often than not, it dragged. I forgot about that first judge. Oh yeah, that guy too. Oh wow, that whole ship segment, my god. That's good.
EX Fighting Layer.
It's a weird fucking game. Oh yeah, this guy. All right, guys, I am dead. So thanks for staying up with me to watch the end of this, but it's over. Why? Good night. Good night. Why are you sorry? I can't believe there was so much left. I can't believe it.
Toodaloo.
I can't freaking believe it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.